And good afternoon. Well, it will be here in just a few seconds. Paul McDonald back with you here on the Highland Activity Network. Well, it took a lot of figuring and adding and subtracting and so forth, but they've got things figured out. So we know how this bracket, this gold bracket, will be set up. And this is now the championship round, the playoff round of the Highlander Volleyball Classic. Again, brought to you here on the Highlander Activity Network today by Grontberg Electric. Valley City will take on Park River Fordville Lincoln. And that will be the matchup here for Valley City. And they will take on Park River Fordville Lincoln in what would be considered the quarterfinals of the gold bracket. And Park River are 3-5-1. Well, actually 5-5-1 with their 2 wins today. 5-5-1 coming into play here in this one. As Valley City and Park River will be playing on the court that we're watching right now. And then the other matchups going on here will be Carrington is going to take on Grafton in another quarterfinal. And Fargo Oak Grove will play Langdon Area Munich. And those will be the quarterfinals. The winner of this match, Valley City and the Aggies of Park River Fordville Lincoln, will take on the top seed in the gold bracket, our Redeemers. Our Redeemers, who just recently defeated South Prairie Max, the number 2 team in single A. And our Redeemers, a Class B school, they defeated South Prairie Max not too long ago. So that'll be a tough one for either one of these teams, Park River, Fordville Lincoln, or Valley City, as they will have to take on that our Redeemers team in the semifinals. So again, it is now it's not single elimination, it's a regular bracket play, so there is a consolation bracket. These teams now guaranteed 3 more matches here in this round. Again, there's a tournament going on. The tournament with the silver bracket is over at the North-South Gym. Those are teams that finished second or third in their pool. And then the teams that finished third, they're in the bronze bracket, and that's going on over at the Rec Center. So we're just a few minutes away, actually less than that, just a minute or two away from the start of Valley City and Park River Fordville Lincoln in this quarterfinal round of the gold bracket here from the Valley City Highliner Volleyball Classic. Again, brought to you today by Grontberg Electric. Highliners 2-0 with their 2 match wins, 25-22, 25-19 against Wyoming Lidgewood. And then 25-20 and 24-18, they were winners against Edgeley-Cullen Montpelier. Now, in that one, the 24-18, you had only 40 minutes to play the match, and they timed out before the Highlanders could get to that 25th point. So they won it to considered it 24-18, and that's probably why Valley City gets, in retrospect, looks like the number 4 seed. Our Redeemers, the top seed, and Park River Fordville Lincoln, the number 5 seed, as they move in here to bracket play. First serve coming up here for Valley City and the Aggies. Again, coverage of this Valley City Highliner Volleyball Classic on this Saturday afternoon, brought to you by Grontberg Electric. Back with that first serve here on the Highliner Activity Network. The Aggies in their blue tops with the gold numerals. Aggies across the front. Highliners in their navy blue tops and the white numerals. Back row, Mackenzie Daly, Lauren Bell on that back row for the Aggies. Alexis Miller will be up front along with Molly Moen. Also back row is McKenna Cole. Libero just stepped onto the floor, and that's Lily Skybicki. And the highlighters will have Kinley Suffolk, along with Katie Koka and Maddie Prees, Bryn Lake, Sky Nielsen, Morgan Larson. Larson will be starting to serve here for Valley City. And we are set to go. A long day is nearing its end. Here's the serve underway, and Skibicki sends it up front and then tipped over. Free ball, nope, into the net. Attack air there, 1-0 Valley City. 1, 2, 3 seniors on this roster for the Aggies. There's a serve on the way by Morgan Larson. Back row, pass, Bell. Set, attack cross court, long on the attack error by Miller. Point Valley City, 2-0 Highliners. Again, we had 16 B schools in this tournament, 5A and 1 AA JV in Jamestown. Bell, bump set near side, Cole. On the attack, Anderson back to Valley City. Koka attacking, Skibicki with the dig. Cole setting it up, down the line, tip and kill for Samantha Anderson. And the Aggies get a point, now 2-1. Anderson, the junior, back to serve. Serving 1-2 in the opening set. Now it's 1 hour, the time limit on these best 2 out of 3s. Koka at the net, nice save off by Suffolk. Back to Valley City, Nielsen. Koka gets it over, back row, Skibicki sends it up front on Cole, setting it up, then dumped over by Bell. Here's Leak setting it up for Freeze. Skibicki with the dig, into the near side, blocked at the net by Freeze for Valley City. And attack to the back corner, Suffolk off the Moan attack. Leak setting up for Koka, and the attack and the kill by Katie Koka. That's her first kill. Bryn will pick up her first assist, and Valley City leads 3-1. Nora Peterson now into the front row for Valley City as Kinley Suffolk, who has 10 aces here in the first 2 matches, 5 in each, is back to serve for the Highliners. Skibicki set near side and pushed over by Bell. Here's Valley City, Leak tipping it to the net. And I thought they were going to call 4 hits. They did not. Here's Nielsen keeping it alive for Valley City. Suffolk over. Now Cole set, attacked by Bell. Off the dig, Suffolk. Leak setting it for Peterson. She's out jumped to the net by Lauren Bell in the kill. 3-2, Valley City leading by 1. Back to serve, Molly Moan. For the Aggies, Larson. Leak, Peterson. Tipped at the net by Bell. Attacking, cross court, Daly. Here's Valley City, Leak setting it up for Koka, and the block at the net by Lauren Bell. And we are tied at 3. Senior, middle hitter, outside hitter, Molly Moan serving for the Aggies. And cross court, spins out of play, service error, point Valley City. Leak back to serve for the Highliners. Serving 4-3 first set. Pass, Sveen. Cole set, into the net, attack error by Bell, point Valley City. 5-3 Highliners. Bryn Lake back to serve. Cross court, Bell, set back to Bell, attack, kill by Bell off the Cole assist. 5-4 Highliners by 1. Checking in, going back to serve, Charlie Moan, freshman. And Moan serving 4-5. Suffolk. Leak, set, Koka, attack, tipped, and a point Valley City. Koka with her second assist, or second kill, second assist for Leak. 6-4 Highliners. Now Katie Koka to serve for Valley City. Near side serve, Bell. And into the net. Off the attack there was Bailey Syme. Attack error, point Highliners, 7-4. And Koka to serve. Skibicki. Back setting it, Moan. Out the attack, Bell. Now Suffolk. Over by Larson. Set middle. Bell on the attack. Suffolk with the dig. Coca to Larson. Morgan into the net. Attack error. Point. Park River, Fordville Lincoln. 5-7. Aggies down 2. Lauren Bell back to serve. Here's Suffolk receives. To Leak. Larson backs up, sends it over. Skibicki with the dig. Set by Moan. And then over by Anderson. Here's Suffolk setting it for Coca. And she pushed it into the net. Dropped it through the block, actually. Coca got the kill. Right through the block, got the kill. Her third assist. 8-5 Valley City. Nora Peterson with the serve. Pass Daly. Back to Daly for Moan. Kill down the line and the kill for Mackenzie Daly. Off the assist of Charlie Moan. 6-8. Highlanders up 2. Libero Lily Skibicki to serve. Long on the service error. Point Valley City 9-6. Now back to serve, Sky Nielsen for the Highliners. Skibicki. Moan, bump set behind to Syme and the kill. Bailey Syme, the senior, with the kill. 9-7. Highlanders lead is at 2. And back to serve, McKenna Cole, senior. In this 6-2 offense for the Aggies. Leak, set, attack, freeze. Bell to Cole. Set, attack Anderson. Now Leak off the Suffolk dig to Larson. Dig by Bell. Cole set middle. Attacking is Moan. Molly Moan. Suffolk another dig. Leak setting it. Backside Coke on the attack. That's going to go off of Bell and bodies all over the place as the ball went flying into the other court. But it'll be a kill for Katie Coca, her 4th, League's 4th assist. Highlanders up 3 at 10-7. Morgan Larson now back to serve. Aggies coached by Nana Galloway. Cynthia Clavel again, second year with the Highliners. Cole set middle, attack Moan, and the kill. Molly Moan with the kill. Highlanders up 2 at 8-10. Serve by Samantha Anderson. Sepulchre. Leak back set. Attack Freeze and the kill. Maddie Freeze will get her first. Leak will get her 5th assist. Highlanders back up by 3, 11-8. (12-5). Carrington leading Grafton in their match next door in the other quarterfinal. There's a serve long. Service error by Sepulchre. And it's a 9-11, 2-point lead for Valley City. Molly Moan to serve for Park River, Fordville Lincoln. Larson to Leak. Peterson, redirect. We're going to have a net violation called on Bryn Leak. That'll be a point for the Aggies. 10-11, down 1. Molly Moan to serve. Larson, set Leak. Peterson attacking in the corner and out. Our first tie since 3-3. And back serving, Molly Moan. Coca. Leak. Katie, left hand, and try to go across court and did not get it over the net. So the attack here gives Fordville Lincoln their Park River Fordville Lincoln their first lead of the set, 12-11. Served by Moan into the net, service error. And that lead is short-lived. Our third tie now at 12-12. Bryn Leak back to serve for Valley City, serving 12-12 first set. Bell, Cole, set, back to Bell. On the attack, one-arm dig by Larson. Leak sets it up, Coca attacking, through the block, gets the kill. Number 5 for Katie, 6 assists for Bryn Leak. Valley City back in front, 13-12 with our third lead change. And Leak to serve. Near side corner. Sveen on the receive and the ace. As goal could not get to it. Islanders go up 2, 14-12. Biggest lead has been 3 at 7-4, 9-6, 10-7, 11-8. Here's Leak with the serve. Cole sets it. Bell on the attack. On the dig, Sepet to the net. Bell right there at the net and drops it in for the kill. Lauren Bell with the kill. Highlanders lead is at 1, 14-13. And coming in, back to the service line, Charlie Moen. She'll take over setter duties. And the serve, Coca. Leak, Nielsen attacking, getting the kill. Sky Nielsen gets her first. Leak with her 7th assist. Highlanders up 2, 15-13. Carrington leading Grafton 15-7, first set in the other quarterfinal. Here's the serve by Coca. Skibicki, back set Moen, into the corner, Bell. On the cover, Leak to Sepet. Nielsen over a couple of blockers. Ball here near side, free ball for Valley City, Larson. Leak, Nielsen up and over, and dropped it in. Got it over the blockers and dropped it right in front of the dig attempt by Moen. Point Valley City. Nielsen will get her second assist, or second kill. 16-13 Highlanders. Katie Coco with the serve. Skibicki receives. Back to the far side. Up and over. That's seen. Set Leak. At the net, tipped over Peterson. Cut out of the net by Bell and over by Skibicki. Peterson for the Highlanders to Leak. Leak setting it. Larson on the attack and the kill. Morgan Larson getting some front row time. Gets her first kill. Leak will pick up her 8th assist. Highlanders with their biggest lead at 4 at 17-13. Timeout taken by Park River, Fordville, Lankin. And in the other quarterfinal, it is Carrington up 18-7. And then Oak Grove will take on Langdon Area Munich in the other quarterfinal. Our Redeemers, they're waiting to see who they play between Valley City and Park River, Fordville, Lankin. Again, coverage of today's Highlander Volleyball Classic here on the Highlander Activity Network, brought to you by Grotberg Electric. Highlanders leading 17-13. We're in the opening set. As we come out of the timeout, Valley City leading at 17-13. And Katie Coca with the serve. Skibicki to Bell. Backside. Up and over by Sveen. Leak set. Peterson blocked at the net by Lauren Bell. A solo block by Bell. Point for the Aggies, 14-17. 3-point advantage for Valley City. Served by Lauren Bell. Just got it over. Coca receives. Leak back set. Peterson down the line and drops it in right around the antenna. Nice tip kill there by Nora Peterson, her first. 9th assist for Leak. Highlanders back up 4 at 18-14. Here's Peterson with the serve. Moen set. Attacking. Samantha Anderson. Leak on the dig. No, that'll be a kill for Anderson. Samantha will pick it up. The junior outside hitter. Lead back to 3 at 15-18. And back to serve, Lily Skibicki. Here's the serve. Sepet there. Pass. Leak. Back set. Nielsen attacking cross court and out. Attack error. Point for the Aggies. They haven't put it on the scoreboard yet. Should be 16-18, I do believe. Oh, they are giving it to the Highlanders. Wants to touch. Okay. 19-15. That's what they're waiting for. Clarification on the touch. 19-15. Sky Nielsen to serve for Valley City. Bell receives. Pass. Moen. Moen set. Over by Molly Moen. Now Leak dropping it in. Off the dig. Skibicki. Larson pass. Leak set. Backside Coca attacking. Nice dig by Bell. And Moen. Cross court. Over by sign. And now back to the Aggies. Moen sets it, attacking Anderson. Highliners leak. Sets it up for Larson, and she hit the antenna. She tried to tip it around. That'll be a point for the Aggies. 16-19. They trail by 3. And back in will be McKenna Cole to serve and take over setter duties. And a right-hander with the serve. Nielsen, Leak at the net, tipped over Freeze, and Maddie gets her second kill. Leak will get her 10th assist. There's back up 4, 20-16. That's been their biggest lead at 4 points. Morgan Larson to serve for the Highliners. Near side. And that's going to be an ace. One off of Alexis Miller. Ace for Larson. Her first ace. 21-16. That is now the biggest lead in the set for Valley City. Larson with the serve. Bell, pass. Set, no. Cole dropped it in for the kill. Oh, they're going to call double contact on McKenna Cole. So a point for Valley City, 22-16. Carrington up on Grafton, 23-14 in that quarterfinal match. And up over by Anderson. Here are the Highliners. Leak, set to Coca, dropping it in. Anderson on the cover. Cole setting it back for Samantha. She's tipped at the net. Sabicki with the dig. Cole setting it back again for Anderson, and this time she gets it up and over for the kill. Samantha, they're going to call a net violation on, I think that was actually on the Highliners, so it's a point anyway for the Aggies. 17-22. Anderson to serve for Park River Fordville Lincoln. Seppicool. Leak. Peterson blocked it, or Freeze blocked at the net. Here's Seppicool setting up for Coca. Sabicki with a nice dig. Cole setting. Off the attack, Moan. Back road dig. Larson. Leak back to Coca, and she'll get the kill. That went off of Anderson, and Coca will pick up her 6th kill. 23-17, Valley City by a half dozen. That is now their biggest lead, which they've equaled. Seppicool back to serve. Carrington just won over Grafton in their first quarterfinal set, 25-15. Attack here by Bell, and the kill. Lauren Bell with another kill. And the point for the Aggies, it's now 18-23. Aggies down 5. And back to serve, Molly Moan, the senior. Right-hander, Moan serving it, Larson. Leak, set, Coca on the attack and the kill. Katie Coca, number 7. Leak, assist number 12. Set point here for the Highliners, are up 24-18. And another timeout. This time Valley City is going to take a timeout to talk it over. 24-18. Again, the clock stops during timeouts, not part of the play time that you are allotted. Some of the Highlander football players sitting down in front of me. They were out in Lisbon last night. 18-0 loss to the Broncos. Homecoming coming up next week for Valley City Highliners. Volleyball will be home on Tuesday of next week. Football, of course, they'll have Mayport CG for their homecoming football game on Friday night, the 19th. So we come out of the timeout. Valley City leading 24-18. Set point here with Bryn Leak at the service line. And now we get the go-ahead. Leak with the serve. Bell receives. Cole. Lauren Bell attacking. Seppicool with the dig. Leak set backside. Nielsen cross-court dig. Cole. Now Bell gets it over. There's Seppicool. To Leak, setting up for Coca. Through the block, gets the kill. Katie Coca will get her 8th kill. Leak, her 13th assist. And Valley City takes set number 1, 25-18. And they lead this quarterfinal match 1-0. Set number 2 coming up here as Valley City and Park River Fordville Lincoln playing in this bracket play, quarterfinal action. We'll be back with more coverage of today's Highliner Volleyball Classic here on the Highliner Activity Network, being brought to you by Grotberg Electric. As we come out of the break, we're ready for set number 2. Valley City winning set 1, 25-18. And it will be the Aggies serving first. Samantha Anderson back to serve for Valley City, or pardon me, for Park River. There's Coca. Attack Bell. And the keep it alive. Nice job by Larson off that save dig. Now Bell with the attack and in. The line judge down the line here says in. Coach Clabo was trying to convince her to say out, but unfortunately, no. 1-0. Aggies. Anderson with the serve. And both Nielsen and Suffolk back away, let it fly by him. And we are tied at 1. Kinley Suffolk will now go back and serve for Valley City. Misfired on her first serve. Skibicki at the net. Cole dropped in. Nora Peterson with the kill. All right, at the net, Nora will take her second kill. And the Highlanders take the lead at 2-1. Suffolk to serve. Cross court, wide. Try to go into that far corner. And Lauren Bell lets it fly. 2-2. Here in set 2. Carrington and Grafton. Right now that's a 6-3 lead for Carrington. In the other quarterfinal, next door to us here on the other court. There's an ace. Served by Molly Moan. Our third lead change here in the opening set, 3-2. And Moan with the serve for the Aggies. Larson. Leak set, Coca on the attack and the kill. Number 9 for Coca. Assist number 14 for Leak. We've had 3 lead changes. Now we've had 3 ties. This one at 3-3. Bryn Leak will take the ball and go back and serve. Serving 3-3 in set 2. And a serve up and over. Sveen. And Anderson can't get to it. Slides out off that errant pass. That'll be a service ace for Bryn Leak. Her first. 4-3. Lead change number 4. Highlanders up. Here's Cole back to the middle. On the attack, Miller. Now Leak in the middle. Peterson redirects off Miller and the kill. Boy, Nora Peterson very good technique with the blockers in front of her and dropped it around the blockers off to her left with the right hand. 5-3 Valley City. And Leak back to serve. Here's a serve by Bryn. Set middle. Bell on the attack. Goes off of Leak and a kill by Lauren Bell. 5-4. Highlanders by 1. Back in, and Charlie Moan to serve and take over setting duties. And the right-hander with the serve. Up and over. Larson with the receive. Right back by Bell. The ball came up and over the net, and Bell slams her home. Our 4th tie. We're tied here at 5-5. Carrington pulling away from Grafton in the set 2 there. That's a 12-3 score in the second set. Here's the serve on the way by Moan. Leak setting it for Nielsen. Sky on the attack and dropped in front of Sveen. She tried to kick it, but this is volleyball, not soccer. Point Valley City, 6-5. Katie Coca back to serve. Here's Savicki. Pass to Moan. Back set. Bell on the attack. Suffolk to Leak. Here's Coca attacking, and the kill by Katie Coca. Number 10 for Coca. Assist number 15 for Leak. Valley City up 2, 7-5. And Coca to serve. On the way. And the ace by Katie Coca. That'll be her first ace. Highlanders with a 3-point run here. Lead by 3, 8-5. And Coca with the serve. Sabicki. Set Daly. Over by Bell. Saved out by Coca. Leak setting it for Peterson. Diving dig by Skibicki. Now setting it up Moan. Dropping it in Bell. Off of Peterson. Bell gives it back. Pass over to Moan. Back over to Bell into the far corner. Off Suffolk and a kill by Lauren Bell. 8-6. Aggies down 2. They'll take the serve. And Lauren Bell, the junior, to serve. Larson. Leak. Peterson on the attack. Diving dig by Moan. Set inside. And the attack there and the kill by Samantha Anderson. Off the assist from Bailey Sign. 8-7. Valley City down lead by 1. And the serve by Bell. Suffolk. Leak. Morgan Larson up around the blockers and drops it in for the point. And Morgan Larson picking up her second kill. Leak assist number 16. A 9-7 Valley City. Here's the serve. Sabicki. Set Moan. Attack Anderson. Peterson to Leak. Sets it. Backside attack by Coca. It hits the net. Attack error. Of course, when you get to these tournaments, a lot of times you get a chance to change things up, do something a little bit different. Morgan Larson, a lot more involved in the offense here today with the absence of Katie Burchell, well, at least as of right now. Here's the attack, sliding dig. Back Here comes Valley City. Set Leak, attack, Maddie Freeze. Sorry about that. Almost called her by her sister's name. 10-8. Off Maddie's kill. That is her third. And it is Valley City leading it, 10-8. Here's a serve. Bell. Savicki. On the attack, Molly Moan. Larson. Leak. Back to Morgan. Hits the top of the net. That'll be a block, if you will, at the net, but it is a point. 10-9. Back in is Cole to serve. McKenna will serve. 9-10. And the right-hander sends it over. Suffolk at the net. Tipped by Leak. Now save. Over by Nielsen. Sabicki. Cole set middle. Moan on the attack. Coca. Leak set. Larson on the attack. Diving dig by Cole. Anderson keeps it alive. Bell with the attack. Backside dig, Coca. Up it over to Leak. Attacking here, Freeze. And a couple of Park River players run into one another. They're going to call a lift because of it. Illegal hit called there on Park River Fordville Lincoln. Point Valley City. Highlanders up 11-9. In Valley City, if they win this, we'll play right away. In the semis, I do believe. And they will have our Redeemers out of Minot. That I know for sure. Morgan Larson to serve. And the serve on the way. Bell up over the line. The line judge is holding up the red flag. So a service error over the line there by Morgan Larson. And the point for the Aggies make it 10-11, down 1. Oak Grove is going to go warm up. They've got the winner of the Grafton Carrington. And of course, they still have to play Langdon Fordville or Langdon area Munich. There's an attack and the kill by Coca, her 11th. And it's a 12-10 Valley City advantage. That'll bring Nora Peterson into the front row. Suffolk will go back and serve. Kinley with the serve. Pass Sveen. And Sabicki into the net. Off the pass from Moen. 13-10 Highliners. Biggest lead has been 3 points for Valley City. Served by Suffolk. Sabicki. Cole. Attack Bell. Back row. Dig. Larson. Leak. Coca. Attack kill. Katie with her 12th. Leak with her 18th assist. This is the biggest lead of the set for Valley City at 4 points, 14-10. Kinley Suffolk to serve for Valley City. Serving 14-10. Sabicki. Cole set. Bell on the attack and the kill. Suffolk ran up, and right next to her, the ball drops in for the kill for Lauren Bell. 11-14. Highlanders lead at 3. Carrington up 17-11. Second set against Grafton in that quarterfinal match. Oh, they're calling a redo. Suffolk to serve. So there's the attack. Attack by Coca and the kill. So they did actually give Valley City that last point. And now it's 16-11. Somehow I got behind. Highlanders up 16-11. Suffolk to serve. Sabicki to Cole. Setting it. Moen over. Off Suffolk. Coca to Leak. Dropping it over the net. There on the cover is Cole. Suffolk setting for Leak. Or to Leak. Setting it up for Coca and the kill for Katie Coca. Number 13 for Coca. 19th assist for Bryn. Highlanders up 17. Yeah, now that makes more sense. 17-10, because at one point, I thought it was 14-11. They gave that point to Valley City, which would have made it 15-10. So they have 17-10. It should actually be 18-10, I'm thinking. Possibly is the score, but we'll just go with what they have on the scoreboard right now. 17-10, Valley City leading. They are in set number 2. Highlanders won the first set, 25-18. Plenty of time on your 1 hour time limit. Still over a half hour left. And the Highlanders leading 17-10 in the second set. Carrington leading at 17-14 over Grafton in that quarterfinal match. Suffolk to serve for Valley City, serving 17-10 in the second set. Bell. Cole. Back to Bell. Suffolk on the dig. Set Leak. Coca attack and the kill. Katie Coca, number 14. Assist number 20 for Leak. Highlanders up 18-10. And Suffolk will continue to serve. Kinley sends it over. Sabicki over the net. Leak. Suffolk bump set. Attack. Coca. Back row. Here's Cole. Dropped over by Bell. Coca to Leak. On the slide. Peterson. There covers Sabicki. And pass by Cole, over by Bell. Back to the Highliners, Nielsen. Leak set middle. Coca attack. Nice dig by Sabicki, but into the crowd. That'll be a kill for Katie Coca, number 15. And the Highliners lead at 19-10. Back to serve. Katie Coca, or to Sefakul. Off the net, Sabicki. Then Nora Peterson right there to drop it in for the kill. Nora met that return by Sabicki at the net and dropped it in for the kill. That is her third. Highliners up 20-10. And Sefakul with the serve and long. Service there. 11-20, Valley City by 9. And here's the serve. Oh, they didn't start the clock. They didn't start the clock. And when they came out of that timeout. So here's the Valley City. But I think being that they're up 20-11, I don't think a time element is really an issue here. Bell with the attack and long on the attack there by Lauren Bell. Because it was 30-51 on the clock when we had the timeout at 17-10. And we've had 5 points since then, but no time came off the clock. Here's the serve into the net by Bryn Leak. That'll be her first service there. 21-12, Highliners by 9. Their biggest lead has been 10, now at 20-10 and 21-12. Serve by Charlie Moan. Attack Coca, kill. Katie Coca with authority picks up her 16th. Assist number 21 for Leak. 22-12 Valley City. Highlanders up 10. Here's the serve. Sabicki. Back set Moan. Bell got it around the antenna somehow. No, she didn't. That'll be 4 hits on Park River Fordville Lincoln. Point Valley City, their biggest lead now at 11. 23-12. So here's the serve by Katie Coca. Sabicki receives. Pass, Moan. Set Bell. Off the attack. Sefakul. And no, that'll be a kill for Lauren Bell. Point. Aggies 23-13. Aggies by 10. And back to serve, Lauren Bell. Serve on the way. Leak, sets, no. Peterson got it over. Nicely done. Nora was just trying to get it over on the third hit, and it found the floor. Point Valley City. 24-13. Nothing like getting a kill on an over. 24-13, set match point, Highliners. Served by Peterson. Anderson, set Moan. Back to Anderson, punches it over the net. And the pass there by Larson misfires. It'll be a point for the Aggies. Back within 10, 14-24. Lily Skibicki, the libero, back to serve. The junior. Here's the serve. Coca, pass. Leak, set. On the cross-court attack, and that goes wide. Ella Sather on the cross-court attack error. 24-15. And Sabicki with the serve. Larson, that's going to be an ace. An ace there for Lily Skibicki. That'll make it 24-16. The lead is at 8. And Skibicki to serve. Right-hander into the net. And it'll be a set match point. And Valley City wins it 25-16. And the Highliners will win 2-0 in the match. And they will move on to the gold bracket semifinals against our Redeemers. Again, taking a look at this one, Highlanders win 25-18, 25-16. Unofficially, 16 kills for Katie Coca and 21 assists for Bryn Leak. 4 kills for Nora Peterson, 3 from Molly Freeze. And Sky Nielsen had 2. Morgan Larson had 2. Larson also had 1 service ace, and Katie Coca had 1 service ace. So Valley City, they now are 5-0 on the year, 3-0 today, 5-0 on the season, and they will move on to the semifinals here in this one. And again, they will take on our Redeemers coming up in the next semifinal match. And on the other court, it is set match point. Carrington up 24-22 over Grafton. And Carrington trying to move on to the semifinals. Good volley here. Grafton off the attack. And blocked at the net. They're going to call net violation on Grafton, and that will be point for Carrington. So the Cardinals, 25-22, they win. So now they will move on and play in the semifinals against either Oak Grove or Langdon Area Munich. Those two are now going to take the floor and warm up. And Valley City will take on our Redeemers here in the semifinals, and they'll keep it going here. They are not going to step aside, so they will play here in the semifinals against our Redeemers. We'll take a break. We'll be back with more volleyball here from the Hack. It's the Highliner Volleyball Classic being brought to you by Grotberg Electric on the Highliner Activity Network. Bob McDonald back with you here. Now Valley City getting ready to take on the Knights of our Redeemers out of Minot. The Knights coming in 7-3 on the year out of Region 3. And Valley City, of course, now with their 2 wins here, or their 3 wins here today, 5-0 on the year. Our Redeemers again coming off a victory over South Prairie Max, who was ranked number 2 in Single A. And they won that match. So we are set to go. This is semifinals of the gold bracket. And our Redeemers will be on defense first. Morgan Larson back to serve for Valley City. Again, Fargo Oak Grove and Langdon area Munich. They are still playing their quarterfinal match. The winner there will take on Carrington. The loser will take on Grafton. In the other semifinal, the winner of this one will play in the championship, with the loser taking in the third place match. Here we go. Morgan Larson, ball in the air. We're underway in our semifinal match. Our Redeemers and Valley City. Middle attack, Rodeker, and dropped it in for the kill. Brooklyn Rodeker picking up her first kill. And it is a 1-0 advantage for the Knights. Now back to the service line, Tessa Carlson, defensive specialist and a freshman, the lone freshman on this team. All of them are either seniors or juniors. She is the freshman. Here's a Valley City on the attack, Suffolk. Leak set middle, attack Peterson, blocked at the net. Tipped by Nielsen and blocked again. Rudiker will pick up the solo block on a couple of attempts there for Valley City, and she will get the point. And the Knights up 2-0. Carlson to serve. And it's going to go long. Service error by Tessa Carlson. Highlanders on the board at 2-1. Kinley Suffolk back to serve for Valley City. And a serve into the net. Service error for Kinley. 3-1 Valley City. Trailing by 2. Caden Braun, the senior, back to serve. Drops it in. Larson. Leak. And nobody. Ace for Caden Braun. 1-4. Our Redeemers with a good start here. And Braun with the serve. Morgan Larson to Leak. Cross court. Nice diving save by Carlson and dropped it in for the point. The one-arm dig to keep it alive off the little tip. And Carlson will pick up the kill. 1-5, Valley City trailing by 4. Braun with the serve. Coca. Leak. Back to Coca on the attack and the kill. Now goes up in the crowd off the dig attempt by Caden Braun. Coca will pick up her first kill. Leak will get her first assist. 2-5. Highlanders down 3. And back to serve will be Bryn Leak. Right-hander sends it near side on the sliding dig. Straley. And up and over by Pankratz. Here's Leak. Sets it for Nielsen. On the attack. Diving dig back row Braun. Up front. Oopsie. Little set by Grace Olson. And then the communication out there between Straley and Pankratz. And it drops in for a point. 5-3. Valley City down 2. Hang on, everybody. The ball comes rolling in from the other court. Bryn Leak to serve, 3-5 in the first set. It's Braun. Set, attack, kill by Rodeker off the assist from Olson. Getting her first assist. Rodeker getting her second kill. Knights up 6-3. Brooklyn Rodeker, senior middle hitter, 5'11", back to serve. She's really, they have a couple of long. Lauren Strom, 6-footer also. And into the net. Service error by Rodeker. Highlanders down 2 at 6-4. Back to serve. It'll be Katie Coca with the serve on the way. At the net, tip. And a free ball here. Our Redeemers off the attack. Straley. Suffolk, Leak back set. And then into the net by Nielsen, the attack error. Point for our Redeemers, 7-4. Lead is at 3. And to serve, Grace Olson. Suffolk, Leak, set. Morgan Larson attack, blocked, and the ace block at the net by Lauren Strom, the 6-footer. So Strom will pick up the solo block there for the point. Our Redeemers back up by 4. Their biggest lead has been 4 at 5-1, now 8-4. And what do we have? Net violation there against our Redeemers, Point Valley City. 5-8, Highlanders down 3. They'll send Nora Peterson back to the service line. Peterson, right-hand serve on the way. Set middle, Strom on the attack and the kill. Off the assist from Olson. Olson picking up her second assist. And Strom will get her first kill. And the serve, long service error by Lauren Strom. Or check that was Noelle Pankratz on the serve. She went long on the serve. And it's a 9-6 Highlander deficit. To the net. Nielsen. Leak, set. Backside, Coca attacking. Straley on the dig. Olson at the net. No. Kill for Coca, number 2. Assist number 2 for Leak. 9-7. Highlanders down 2. Served by Nielsen. Straley. Over by Braun. Back to Straley. Free ball for the Highlanders. Suffolk. Leak, set. Larson. Over the blockers. Drops it in front of Grace Olson for the kill. Morgan Larson picking up her first kill. Leak getting her third assist. Highlanders down 1 at 9-8. Nielsen with the serve. Straley. Set. Strom. Set by Leak. Attack Coca. Through the block. Gets the kill. Katie Coca will get her third kill. Leak with her fourth assist. And we are tied at 9. Our first tie of the set. Strom at the net. Olsen back to Strom. Dropping it over with the left hand. And the kill for Lauren Strom. That'll be her second. Straley now back to serve. Serving 9-10. Our Saviors has not been down, or our Redeemers probably have not been down in this set. Leak. Olsen attack. Olsen, far side to Braun. Dropping it in. Leak with the kill. Bryn Leak drops in for the kill. And our second tie now at 10-10. Morgan Larson back to serve for Valley City. Braun. Pankratz. And over by Gravely. Now here's Leak at the net. Valley City got it over. Free ball for our Redeemers. No, they're going to call 4 hits on Valley City. So 4 hits on the Highliners. Knights pick up the lead, or pick up the win and regain the lead, 11-10. Tessa Carlson back to serve. Has one service error so far. That's a good serve. Suffolk to Leak. Leak set for Coca. Coca on the attack and the kill. Number 4 for Coca. Assist number 5 for Leak. That's our third tie. 9, 10, and 11. We have been tied. Suffolk serve for Valley City. Carlson set. Tipped over by Rodeker. Here's the attack by Nielsen. Back row dig. Pankratz into the net. Running up into the net was Braun. Trying to get that over. Point Valley City. Highlanders 12-11 take their first lead of the set. Suffolk to serve. And on the receive, over by Carlson. Here's Coca. Free ball for the Knights. Carlson. Tip kill. Dropped in by Rodeker. Off the assist from Olsen. Brooklyn getting her third kill, third assist for Grace Olson. We have been tied at every stop since 9, 10, 11, and 12. Kinley Suffolk doing a little maintenance, wiping up some moisture on the floor. And back to serve, but for the Knights, Caden Braun sends it over. Here's Coca. Leak, bump set. Back to Coca, attack. Straley on the dig, no. Into the crowd, kill for Coca. Number 5 for Katie. 6 assists for Leak. Highlanders go back up 1, 13-12. And Bryn Leak back to the service line for Valley City. Here's the serve. Pass, Carlson. Back set. On the attack, Rudiker, long. And the point for Valley City off the attack here. Highlanders up 14-12. That is their biggest lead of this set, 2 points. The ball went rolling into the boys' locker room. There we go. Oak Grove, Langdon Area Munich playing next door. That's 7-5 Grover's first set, other quarterfinal. There's an attack and wide and out by Carlson, Point Valley City. Highlanders up 15-12. That is now their biggest lead. The Highlanders have rattled off 3 in a row. Here's Bryn Leak to serve. Braun. Carlson. Well, Rodekers does get it around the antenna. Nice job there by Brooklyn. Suffolk over the net. No, into the net. Her pass intended for Coca went up and over and dropped in. It'll be a point for the Knights. Now 15-13. They'll send Brooklyn Rodeker back to serve. Set Leak. Attack by Nora Peterson and the kill. Nora getting her first kill. Leak will get her a 7th assist. Highlanders up 3, 16-13. Equaling that biggest lead at 3. Katie Coca back to serve. Coca on the way with the serve. Straley. And over by Strom. Baiting to the net. Peterson. Strom gets it back over. Free ball. Highlanders. Coca. Suffolk to Leak. On the attack. Larson and the kill. Morgan Larson. What are we calling here? Net violation called against the Knights. So that'll be a point. 17-13. Advantage to Valley City. Coca with the serve. Braun, Carlson set. Cross-court attack, Pankrat, Suffolk gets it to Leak. Over by Morgan Larson, tipped in the net by Carlson. On the cover, Coca, over by Nora Peterson. Back here to the Knights, down and wide and out on the tip there by Noel Pankratz. Point Valley City, they go up 18-13. Timeout taken by our Redeemers. Highlanders with their biggest lead at 5 here in the opening set, leading 18-13. And still 48 minutes left to go in our allotted time. On the other side, Oak Grove and Langdon Area Munich, 9-8 Grovers. We're back with more volleyball coverage from the Highlander Classic, brought to you today by Grotberg Electric on the Highlander TV Network. We come out of the timeout. Valley City leading 18-13 over our Redeemers. Semifinals in the gold bracket here. And there's an ace by Katie Coca. That'll be the first for Double K. 19-13. The Highlanders by half dozen. And the right-hander sends it up and over. Braun to Carlson. Set middle. Strom. Attack and wide. And no touch. Point Valley City 20-13. as the Highlanders keep adding to their biggest lead, now sitting at 7. At one time, we were tied at 12. It is an 8-1 run right now for the Highlanders. Here's Koka. And the serve. Over, received by Carlson. Set, Olsen at the net. Block. Nora Peterson with the solo block off the Pankratz attempt. And Nora with her first solo block. Highlanders lead now is at 8. 21-13. A 9-1 run. Served by Koka. Carlson. Olsen. Strom gets it over. Free ball for the Highlanders. Larson. Back set leak. Attack Nielsen off of the block. It goes out. It'll be Point Valley City. 22-13. Highlanders now up by 9. Highlanders have actually rattled off 7 in a row as part of this 9-1 run. Actually, it's now a 10-1 run. 7 of those have come in a row. With Koka at the service line. And I jinxed him. Keep your mouth shut, McDonald. 22-14. First service error for Koka. Second for the Highlanders. That'll send Grace Olsen back to the service line. Sepakul to Leak. Morgan Larson. Attack. Blocked to the net by Strom. And no, through the block. Morgan will pick up her second kill. Leak will get her 8th assist. 23-14, Highlanders by 9. Equaling their biggest lead. I bring Tessa Anderson in now for Valley City. Maddie Freeze will sit down. And the serve on the way off of Straley. That's going to be an ace for Koka, or for Nora Peterson. Her first ace. Set point here for the Highlanders, 24-14. And Nora with the serve. Straley, the libero. Pass, Olsen, set gets it over to Strom. Nielsen, Leak, back set. Sky off the attack, and the kill for Sky Nielsen. That will be her first assist, number 9 for Leak. Point Valley City and the Highlanders take the opening set, 25-14. And lead this semifinal match 1-0. We're back with our second set. The Highlanders and the Knights. Second set in the semifinal match in the gold bracket of the Highlander Volleyball Classic, brought to you today by Grotberg Electric. As we come out of the timeout, Valley City and our Redeemers out of Minot getting ready for the second set. Highlanders took the first set 25-14. We're in the semifinals of the gold bracket here in the Highlander Volleyball Classic. It'll be our Redeemers. The Knights will serve with Ellie Straley, the senior libero. And serving near court, on the way, Koka. Leak, bump set. Koka off the attack. Pass, Pankratz, set Olsen. And the attack and the kill for Hope Gravely. picking up her first kill. Olsen picking up her 4th assist. And like the first set, our Redeemers with the early lead. Straley to serve. The 2 up officials are talking to one another right now. Not sure what for. They're discussing something. Maybe it's a call. And they want to get a clarification. That's why we're waiting here. So we have an official's timeout. The 2 up officials were talking. And I think they're talking about maybe the clock on one was going and wasn't supposed to be, or was it going. So that is what the conversation is going on right now by our officials. And so Shelby Dietz, who's the R1 on one of the courts, she's going to have to go over and clarify things with her scores table. And here goes Vanessa Coca, assistant coach for Valley City in her 27th year as on the staff at Valley City, whether assistant or head. She'll go over and figure things out, but here we go. It is Coca Katie with the left hand, tipping it and dropping it to kill. Kind of a not enigmatic kill there, as she just tipped it over. I think everybody was kind of confused what was going on, but Coca will pick up her 6th kill. Leak will get her 10th assist. And Highlanders have tied it up here at 1-1. Now the clocks are the exact same on both right now. And I think that's the question, because you have the 2 scoreboards for the 2 courts. And the scoreboard you're viewing is for the court we're on. And here's a serve by Seppicool. Over by Olsen. Nope, and that up and over by Braun is wide. Point Valley City. So what you see on the corner of your screen for our vantage point is for the court the Highlanders are playing on. The other scoreboard is for the other court. And I think there was a screw up with the clock, because now the both scoreboards say the same thing, and they're not supposed to. Here's a service ace there by Seppicool. That'll be her first. Highlanders up 3-1. So that's the discussion. So we'll just keep going here. Nothing going on with our match that's of any consequence. Here's a tip over by Straley. Nielsen. Set, Leak, attack. Nope, Coca into the net. Attack error, point for the Knights. 3-2. Knights down 1. Now to send Tessa Carlson back to serve. Carlson serving 2-3 for our Redeemers. Long on the serve. Service error. That's her 2nd. Highlanders up 4-2, equaling their biggest lead. And now the serve by Leak. Pankratz, Olsen, attack, kill by Rudiker. Rudiker's picking up her 4th kill. Assist number 5 for Olsen. 4-3, our Redeemers down 1. And they'll have the serve. On the way, Coca. Leak, set. Coca, attack. Through the block, is going to get the kill. Katie Coca will pick up her 7th. Assist number 11 for Bryn Leak. 5-3 Valley City. And now Katie Coca back to serve. On the way, and long. Service error by Coca, her 2nd. 5-4, Highlanders lead at 1. Here's a serve on the way by Rudiker. Seppicool, Leak, Nielsen, wide and out. Point. Our Redeemers, our 2nd tie. This one's at 5-5. Brooklyn Rudiker, the senior, to serve. Far side, Coca. Leak, back set. Peterson on the attack. And we've got a whistle. Net violation called against Nora Peterson. Went under the net, over the line on her attack attempt. And our Redeemers takes the lead at 6-5. Lead change number 3. First lead since 1-0. Rudiker on the serve. Coca, Leak, set. Attack, blocked at the net. Strom off the attack from Nora Peterson. Lauren Strom will pick up her 2nd solo block. 5-7, Highlanders down 2. Here's a serve on the way. Suffolk, Leak, set, Morgan Larson attack, blocked at the net again by guess who? Lauren Strom, the 6-footer, 3 solo blocks here. And it's now an 8-5 lead for the Knights. Serve, Rodeker. Suffolk barely got to it, and then Strom couldn't block that into the net, or block it over the net. She blocked it in. You give Suffolk the diving dig kill, if you will, as a point for the Highliners. 8-6, down 2. That'll send Nora Peterson back to the service line. Peterson with the serve, pass, Braun, set Olsen on the attack, long by Pankratz. Point Valley City. Highliners at 7-8. So they're going to keep the time and the score portable in on the other court. Last score I saw was 13-13. Here's Strom. That's it over. Nels Larson popped it over, kept alive. Boy, finally a whistle. Katie Koka's like, oh, shouldn't there have been a double contact or something? And as I think the same person hit it twice, and Koka's waiting for the whistle, finally got what she was waiting for. And it's a point for the Highliners. Our third tie. This was 8-8. Served by Nora Peterson. Set, Olsen on the attack. Pankratz. Here's Larson. Nice dig, Straley. Free ball over for the Highliners. Peterson tipped over by Nielsen. Straley to the net. Olsen. Back row. Pass. Koka. Set, Leak. Larson can't tip it over the blockers into the net. An attack error. Point for our Redeemers. 9-8. It is a 1-point lead for the Knights. Grace Olsen to serve. Over. Koka. Leak. Nielsen into the net. Attack error on Sky Nielsen. 10-8. Valley City trailing by 2. Back to serve. Grace Olsen. And down the line, Larson. Leak. Peter over by Nielsen. Here's Olsen setting it up on the attack. Braun now for the Highliners. Leak setting it up for Larson. She's blocked at the net. But after it was tipped at the net by Grabley, no one was there to help out. Dropped in. You get Morgan Larson, her third kill. Assist number 12 for Leak. Highliners down 1 at 10-9. And to serve, Sky Nielsen for Valley City. Straley. Set Olsen at the net. Strom, attack kill. Lauren Strom with the kill. That is going to be her third. And Olsen will pick up her 6th assist. Served by Pankratz. 9-11, 11-9, advantage to our Redeemers. Straley on the dig. Olsen set. On the attack and the block at the net there. That was Maddie Freeze with the solo block for Valley City. 10-11. Highlanders down 1. Morgan Larson back to serve for Valley City. Trailing by 1 here in the second set. Long serve. Straley can't get to it. That'll be an ace for Morgan Larson. And the point ties things up 11-11. Our fourth tie. And Morgan Larson to serve. Up and over. Braun at the net. Freeze. Braun pass. Olsen over by Strom. Free ball for the Highlanders. Nielsen. Leak setting it. Morgan Larson off the tips of the fingers of Gravely. It goes out. Point. Morgan Larson will get her 4th kill. Leak will get her 13th assist. Highlanders retake the lead at 12-11. That is our 4th lead change. Morgan Larson to serve for Valley City. Strailing pass. Olsen set. Braun through the block gets the kill. Caden Braun will get her 1st kill. Grace Olsen, her 7th assist. We are tied at 12, our 5th tie. Ellie Straley, the libero to serve. The other libero, Suffolk, receives. Pass to Leak. Set Koka, or to Koka. Block, or the dig by Straley. And then up and over, blocked there at the net by Koka. Picking up her 1st solo block. Valley City regains the lead at 13-12. And it'll send Suffolk to serve for Valley City. Olsen up and over by Grabley. Here's the Leak, setting it, tipped by Koka. Olsen over to Rudiker. Cross court, Braun. On the dig, Coca. Leak setting it back for Coca. On the attack, Straley with the dig. Olsen setting it. Gravely dropping it over the blockers. There to cover is Suffolk. Straley pass, set Olsen. Attack Rodeker, and the kill. Brooklyn will get her 5th kill. Assist number 8 for Olsen. We are tied 13-13. Our 6th tie in this one. And the serve by Tessa Carlson. Leak, set. Nora Peterson on the attack. Olsen with the dig. Straley pass, back row attack. Pankratz and the kill. Noelle Pankratz will pick up her first kill. Straley get a pass assist. And our Redeemers takes the lead back at 14-13, our 5th lead change. Here's Leak. Coca, look out, and the kill from Katie Coca. Her 8th, assist number 14 for Leak. And we have our 7th tie, 14-14. Served by Bryn Leak. Pankratz, Carlson, or Olsen dropped it over. They were just starting to celebrate, but the Highlanders kept it alive, at least for 2 passes. But it will be a kill for Grace Olsen, her first. And our Redeemers back up by 1, 15-14. And the serve by Braun. Coca. Leak set. Peterson on the attack. Pankratz to the net. Tipped over by Nora Peterson. Nora will grab her 2nd kill. Or they're going to say at the net, they're going to call violations. That'll be a point for our Redeemers. 16-14, they go back up by 2. And I'll clean up some perspiration on the floor. Back serving, Caden Braun for our Redeemers. Larson, Leak, set. Peterson on the attack. Straley with the dig. Olsen set. Look out, Rodeker picking up the kill. So for Brooklyn, that'll be her 6th. 9th assist for Olsen. 17-14. The lead is at 3 for our Redeemers. Served by Braun. Larson. Leak. Set. Peterson dropped it over. At the net, Nora Peterson off that free ball and drills it for the kill. After one over from Pankratz, Nora Peterson will get her 3rd kill. Highlanders down 2 at 17-15. Katie Coca back to serve for Valley City. On the way, pass Carlson, set Olsen. Pankratz on the attack. Coca with the dig. Leak setting it up. Morgan Larson on the attack. Straley. Olsen set middle. Rodeker on the attack and long. 16-17. Highlanders down 1. Katie Coca back to serve for Valley City. Up and over. Straley runs up, receives. Olsen back set. Rodeker on the attack. Coca there for the dig. Leak, back set. Nielsen attacking. Off the dig, Braun. Right back to the net. Nora Peterson dropped it over. Kept on by Pankratz. Over by Nielsen. And then back over by Olsen, but that's going to be wide. And it'll be a point for Valley City. Our 8th tie. This one 17-17. Highliners with the serve. With Katie Coca. Carlson to the net. Nora Peterson picks it off the net. Gives it off the Leak. Larson just got it over on the cover. Olsen, cross court. Pankratz over. Free ball, Highlanders. Coca to Leak. Back set. Nielsen off the attack. On the cover, Carlson. To Olsen now. Into the net. On the attack here by Braun. She pats herself on the chest. And, yep, that was me. My bad. Lead change number 6. 18-17. Highlanders. Timeout. Our Redeemers. Highlanders up 18-17 here in this 2nd set. Again, the clock stops during timeouts. Otherwise, it continually runs. And looks like it is 24-22. Langdon leading Oak Grove in that first set in the other quarterfinal match. Winner will take on Carrington in the semis. And Oak Grove will get it over. There the Cardinals on the attack. Tipping it cross court, back to Oak Grove. On the attack there, went off a blocker. Point, Grovers. Looks like 24-23. Grovers are down 1. Set point number 2 for Langdon Erie Munich. Addie Jewett doing the old scoreboard, lifts it up, rotates it so people can see what the score is since it's handheld. And there's a point for Langdon Area Munich, so they'll win the first set, 25-23. In that quarterfinal match here, Valley City up 18-17 in the second set. The winner will move on to the championship. This is semifinal action in the gold bracket. And there's going to be an ace for Katie Koka. That's her second. And the Highliners lead at 19-17. Highliners right now on a 5-1 run, including 5 straight, as a matter of fact. So they're on a 5-0 run, and there's a jinx. Service error number 3 on Koka. 19-18, the lead back to 1. Our Redeemers will get the serve with Brooklyn Rodeker back to serve. Suppacool. Leak, back set. Peterson tipping it up. Rodeker there on the cover. Olsen to the far corner. Koka on the dig. Off the Leak. Off the attack. Morgan Larson and the kill. Nope, they're going to say it was wide. One official had it, but the line official on the far side, who has a much better look at it, called it out. 19-19, our 9th tie. Served by Rodeker. Koka receives, past the Leak. Leak setting it up. Nielsen blocked at the net. Now middle set. Strom attacking and the kill for Lauren Strom. Lauren will pick up her 4th kill. Olsen will get her 10th assist. And just like that, it's back to lead change number 7. And our Redeemers up 20-19. Rodeker on the serve. Suppacool, pass. Leak to the corner, dropping it in. Bryn Leak with a drop kill. That's her second. Dropped that right in front of Caden Braun. Point Valley City. We have our 10th tie, 20-20. And to serve, Peterson, Straley gets it. Setting it up, Strom on the attack and the kill through the block attempt. Lauren Strom will pick up her 5th kill. Grace Olsen, her 11th assist. And now Olsen back to serve with our Redeemers leading 21-20. Koka to Leak. Set Nielsen down the line, Straley on the dig. Olsen gets it back up, attacking Pankratz to Valley City. Suppacool, bump set, Koka up and over the blockers, drops it in. Pancake attempt there by Straley, couldn't come up with it. And her and Carlson kind of bumped shoulders and or noggins, but it'll be a point for Valley City. Our 11th tie, 21-21. Serve, Straley. Olsen set, Strom on the cover. Larson gets it back to Suppacool. Morgan for the Highliners on the attack and the kill. Morgan Larson with her 5th kill. Kinley Suppacool with the passing assist, her 1st. And that is lead change number 8. Valley City up 22-21 here in the second set. Trying to get to the championship of this Highliner Volleyball Classic. Serve Nielsen, Straley on the receive. Larson, Leak right back over, and Pankratz hits it out. That'll be Bryn Leak's 3rd kill. 23-21 Highliners. Leading by 2. And Sky Nielsen to serve for Valley City. Up and over. Straley receives. Pass. Grace Olsen, pardon me. Strom on the attack. Blocked by Maddie Freeze. Leak. Suppacool. Koka on the attack into the net. Attack error on Koka. 4 hits called. Point our Redeemers. 23-22. Noah Pankratz back to serve. Suppacool, Leak, Larson, tipping it over the blockers. On the cover, Carlson, over by Strom. Now for the Highliners, Suppacool to Leak. Maddie Freeze into the corner. Straley there, keeps it alive. Pankratz into the net by Braun. Point Valley City. Highliners up 24-22. Set match point here for Valley City. To serve, Morgan Larson. 1 ace so far. Straley. Olsen set. Strom. Cross court. Suppacool. Leak. Attacking Koka. Now Olsen. Straley. Bump pass. Backside Pankratz on the attack. On the dig. Suppacool. Leak setting it. Koka attacking. And the kill for Katie Koka. Her 9th of the set. Assist number 15. The Highliners win it 25-22. And the Highliners win the match 2-0. And they will advance to the championship of the Highliner Classic here this afternoon. Let's take a look at the way this one played out, with Valley City winning it in straight sets, winning 25-14 and 25-22. Unofficially, Katie Coco with 9 kills. Morgan Larson had 5. Nora Paulson had 3. Sky Nielsen had 1. And for the sets, Bryn Leak with 15 assists. And she also had 3 kills, as a matter of fact. 1 passing assist by Kinley Sepulchre. Brooklyn Rodeker leading the other Knights with 6 kills. Lauren Strom had 5. Also on the assists, Grace Olson with 11 assists in this one here this afternoon for our Redeemers. So Valley City now runs their record of 6-0 on the season. Our Redeemers with the loss will drop to 7-4. 7-4 on the year now for our Redeemers. So our Redeemers will play for third place. And again, they will wait to see who they will have in that third place match, while Valley City will be in the championship, and they'll wait to see who they will play in that championship. Right now, Oak Grove is taking on Langdon Area Munich. Langdon Area Munich won the first set 25-23, and right now they lead 6-3 in the second set. And if they win that, they would move on to the semis, and they will have to play Carrington. And then in the consolation bracket, it would be Oak Grove would take on Grafton in the consolation bracket. So we still have one more match to go, as it is a 7-3 lead for Langdon Area Munich. They're trying to go for the straight set match, as we still have one match to go before we get to Valley City and the championship here this afternoon. So keep watching, keep it tuned, and we'll keep our video stream going as we continue here on the playoffs and the bracket play. Well, more coverage of this Highliner Volleyball Classic brought to you by Grotberg Electric on the Highliner TV Network. And good afternoon. Welcome back to the Highlander Activity Center, Valley City. The Valley City Volleyball Classic Championship of the gold bracket coming up. Valley City taking on the Carrington Cardinals. Good afternoon, everybody. Paul McDonald back with you here high atop the hack. And we have our final volleyball game of the match, final volleyball match of the day today on a long day that started back 8 hours ago at 8 o'clock in the morning. We started with the Highlanders winners over Wymer Lidgewood in straight sets. And then they defeated Edgeley Cullum Montpelier in 2, even though the second set was only 24-18. It got called due to the 40-minute time limit. And then the Highlanders moved on to the semifinals. And they opened up in the semifinals against Park River Fordville Lincoln and came up with a victory over the Aggies in that one, 25-18. And 25-16, and their 2 wins there to move on to the semifinals. In the semifinals, they played our Redeemers out of Minot and won 25-14 and 25-22, and have reached the championship. Well, they'll meet the Carrington Cardinals, so they'll meet a Class A school in this one, their first Class A school they will see in this tournament. And Carrington coming in 6-1 on the year. They're 2-1 coming into play today with that lone loss, a 5-set loss to Northern Cass here on Tuesday on the road at Northern Cass. And since today, they have won their 4 matches today. They are in a pool with Oaks and Medina Pingree Buchanan, and they won both of those matches in pool play to be the top team out of Pool C. And then they moved into the semifinals. And they moved into the semifinals, and in those semifinals, or quarterfinals, actually moving into the top seed. In the quarterfinals, they opened up with Grafton, and they swept Grafton in 2 sets. Then they took on Langdon Area Munich, and that was a 2-set win, though the Cardinals of Langdon Area Munich played the Cardinals of Carrington quite tough. But the Carrington Cardinals were able to win it and move on into the semifinal, or move on to the championship. Now, both the Highlanders and the Cardinals have had to sit for a while, as the Highlanders have had to sit for almost 2 hours since the last time that they played. So a little bit of rust, sitting up in the stands and just kind of getting every once in a while, get out and stretch and walk around and loosen things up. But now they'll have a chance to get back on the court. Carrington, they too have had a long wait to get into this championship bracket. They've had about an hour and a half wait before they were able to play this championship match. So they come in 6-1 on the year. Now, this is not timed. This is best 2 out of 3, so they will not have that hour limit. It'll just be best 2 out of 3 between these 2 teams. The Cardinals out of the Region 2. And, of course, when you look at the postseason, if you remember the way basketball season went, you have your region winners, and then your number 2 and number 3 team in the region get a chance to play in state qualifiers in the see if they can get onto the state tournament. Well, that Region 2 is your partner region, if you will, with Region 1. So there's a very good possibility that the Highlanders may see this Region 2 Carrington team again. And you look at that Region 2, that is a very good region in volleyball, and they have the top team in single A in that region. Of course, that being the Thompson Tommies, who are undefeated and ranked number 1. Carrington did receive votes in the most recent poll, as did Valley City. But you look at that Region 2, you have Thompson undefeated. Mayport CG is 6-3. Carrington at 6-1. Harvey Wells County at 4-1. And the Devils Lake, they have a 5-3 record. And then, of course, Grafton in there that always seems to have good volleyball teams. About a 500 club this year. And Hillsborough Central Valley. So a very good Region 2. And so that would be the partner region, if you will, for volleyball, if the chance that we may play them in the postseason. So the 2 teams are getting their warm-ups on the floor right now just to get back into the feel of playing before they get into this championship of the gold bracket in the Highlander Classic. We'll step aside. We're back with more. And the Highlanders and the Carrington Cardinals back with that match coming up. This is Highlander Volleyball and coverage of the Highlander Classic, brought to you today on the Highlander Activity Network by Grotberg Electric. Bob McDonald back with you here at the Highlight Activity Network in our pre-match. And I think if you were following it, we were talking a little bit about Katie Birchall played in the first game this morning at 8 o'clock. Morgan Larson then got moved into that outside hitter spot and played in the front row in the next two. That's because Katie had to move on. She had a wedding today. Well, now she's down helping out with the warm-ups. Just got back and dressed, I don't think, ready to play volleyball, so she'll probably sit this one out too. But Morgan Larson took that outside spot and did a nice job in the last two matches working as an outside hitter. Talking with Coach Cynthia Clavel, Morgan played outside all summer long during JO, so not a out of ordinary position for Morgan Larson. So we are just a couple of minutes away from the start of this one. Again, the Highliners after tonight, they'll have homecoming week next week, and their homecoming volleyball match will be on Tuesday night, and they'll take on the Wahpeton Huskies. Then they'll hit the road to play at Northern Cass on Thursday. Then the following Tuesday, it will be a good matchup with Fargo Oak Grove, currently the number 3 team in the state. Then they'll hit the road and go to Lisbon, and then they'll start their second go-round in the region when they'll host Kindred, go to Central Cass, go to Wahpeton, host Northern Cass. They'll step out of the region on October 24th and play host to Mayport CG. And then they'll have Lisbon again before the postseason. So you look at that schedule for the Highliners, 3 in a row, and 4 of their last 6 matches will be at home as they head into towards the postseason. So a very favorable schedule for Valley City towards the end of the year. And then, of course, the Region 1 tournament is going to be right here at the Hack. So we'll have Region 1 volleyball, and talking with both Coach Clabo and talking with Fargo Grove parents here earlier tonight. Region 1 is wide open in volleyball. I mean, you look at Northern Cass and the pedigree that they have had over the last several years with the state championships and state tournament runs. And so Northern Cass, is always going to be right there. Oak Grove right now, the number 3 team in the state. Northern Cass is number 4. Kindred is number 5. But in 2 weeks when the new poll comes out, you'll probably see the Highlanders work into that number 5 spot and maybe even into the top 5. But you look at our region right now with the Highlanders at 6-0, Oak Grove at 8-1. That's not including what they've done here today, where they went 3-1 here today, so 11-2 overall. And then Central Cass at 5-3, Northern Cass at 5-1, Kindred at 3-2. So a very good region in Region 1, and that Region 1 tournament will be here in Valley City at the Hack coming up at the end of October. The Highliners and the Cardinals less than a minute away from that first serve, and we'll be back and get things rolling with our championship match from the gold bracket of the Highlander Classic, the Highliners and the Carrington Cardinals. This is Highlander Volleyball on the Highlight Activity Network, brought to you today by Grotberg Electric. Carrington, again, with that 6-1 record coming into play here today after losing to Northern Cass last week on Thursday. They've won all 4 of their matches here today. Kenzie Edlin and Caden Merring, the coaches, along with Hannah Hagel, the coaches for Carrington Cardinals out of Region 2. And, of course, Valley City, head coach Cynthia Clavel, and assisted by Vanessa Coca, Michelle Menace, and Cameron Birchall, the coaches for the Highliners, 6-0. And of Region 1. Highlanders in their navy blue tops and bottoms with the white numerals. The Cardinals in their white tops with the Cardinal sleeves and Cardinal numerals and lettering. Journey Peltier, the libero, comes in on the rotation, and the Highlanders will be serving it up. And we are set to go in this championship match in Region 1 volleyball, in this, championship of this Highlander Classic. Morgan Larson back to serve to get things started for Valley City. And we are underway here from the hack. Is received by Johnson. Sept near side. Left-handed attack by Coleman. Off the dig. Back to Carrington. Coleman will try it again. Blocked at the net. Nice dig by Larson. Leak setting it up far side. Coca down the line in the kill. Katie Coca will pick up her first kill and the first assist for Leak. And an early 1-0 advantage for Valley City. Of course, on the court that they're on, we do not have the scoreboard, so I'll make sure I say it every single time. There's a long serve just out there on the serve by Morgan Larson. Service error, and we are tied at 1. Back to serve, Aniston Honert, the sophomore. And the serve on the way, Larson. Pass, set. Leak, attack, Maddie Freeze. Honert with the dig, then dropped over off the tip by Coots. Back here to Valley City with Leak, setting it up for Coca. Diving dig, back row by Johnson. Cross court and long on the attack by Coleman. Harper Coleman with the attack error. Valley City point, 2-1, Highliners. Nora Peterson comes in the front row. Kinley Suffolcool goes to the back row. 10 aces today for Kinley. Those came in the first 2 matches. And gets that one over. Here come the Highlanders off the free ball. Leak, set middle. Peterson on the attack and the kill. Nora Peterson will pick up her first kill. Leak with their second assist. And the Highlanders with the early 3-1 lead. Kinley Suffolcool with the serve on the way. The senior. Aubrey Neese sets and the quick kill. Attacked by Mara Coots gets the kill. She'll pick up her first. And it is a 3-2. Carrington trailing by 1. Here's the serve. Off by Coleman. Suffolcool to Leak. Leak gets it over to Peterson. Just tips it over. Carrington off the attack. Free ball for the Highlanders. Suffolcool. Bump pass assist attempt and into the net. Serve attack error by Coca. We are tied for the second time at 3-3. Harper Coleman, the junior outside hitter. The lefty serving it 3-3 in the first set. Hits the top of the net. Right there is Suffolcool. Leak set middle. Peterson on the attack. Nice dig by Peltier, the libero. Back row, Larson. Now to Leak. Setting it up. Coca going in. Peltier there again for the dig. Set backside. Off the attack, Schaefer. That was blocked at the net. Continue here for Carrington. Down the line on the attack by Johnson. Now back the other way past Larson. Over by Coca. Free ball for the Cardinals. Set middle. Off the attack. Through the block and the kill. Mara Coots picks up the kill, her second. Honert getting the assist. That'll be her second of the set. And Carrington leads 4-3. Coleman with the serve. Here's Peltier. Sets it far side. Schaefer long on the attack. Point Valley City. Our third tie, 4-4. Bryn Leak back to serve for Valley City. And the right-hander sends it over. Peltier, the libero. Honert set near side. Off the attack, Johnson, and tipped and out. Johnson picks up the kill. Mara will get her first kill. Honert will pick up her third assist. And Valley City trailing by 1, 5-4, lead change number 3. Peltier with the serve. Here's Leak setting it. Coca tipping it around the blockers. Now Peltier, pass near side. Attacking is Johnson, blocked at the net. Nora Peterson there was the block for Valley City. And the Highlanders tied back up at 5-5. Tie number 4. Katie Coca back to serve for the Highlanders. Here's Peltier. Honert set. Near side Johnson, tipping it over with the left hand. Leak. Now Suffolcool, attack Coca, and long. A little too much on that one for Katie. And it went long. Point Carrington, 6-5 Cardinals, up by 1. Lauren Hendrickson, the senior, one of 3 seniors on his Cardinal team, comes in to serve. Here's Suffolcool. Leak, set, Peterson. Cross court, tip. On the cover, Hendrickson. No, there will be a kill for Nora Peterson. Nora will pick up her second. Leak will get her third assist. And our 5th tie, now 6-6. Peterson will go back to serve for Valley City. At the net, Honert. Blocked there, Nielsen gets it over. Back to Honert, setting it in the middle. Attacked by Hewitt, and the kill. Kaylee Hewitt picking up the kill. That'll be her first. Honert will get her 4th assist. And it's a 6-7 lead for Carrington. Here's Coca back set. Nielsen off the assist and gets the kill. That's Sky Nielsen's first, assist number 4 for Leak. And our 6th tie here at 7-7. Sky Nielsen back to serve for Valley City. Serve up then over. Back set, Hewitt on the attack and the kill. Kaylee Hewitt will pick up her 2nd. Honert will pick up assist number 5. And Carrington stays in front, 8-7. And now Hewitt with the serve for Carrington into the net. Service error, her first. We are tied 8-8, our 7th tie. That'll send Morgan Larson back to serve for Valley City, serving 8-8 first set. On the way, received by Johnson. Honert setting it, off the attack. Coleman, and through the block gets the kill. Harper Coleman will pick up her first kill. Honert, assist number 6. And Carrington again stays in front, 9-8. Aniston Honert, the sophomore, to serve. And she'll drop it in for an ace. Honert gets the ace, her first. And this is the biggest lead for Carrington at 2 points. 10-8. Honert with the serve. Suffolk receives. Pass to Leak. Leak setting it. Maddie Freeze on the attack. Blocked at the net. Johnson pass. Honert back setting it. Attack Schaefer. She's blocked, and they're going to call net violation on Schaefer. That'll be a point for Valley City. Islanders back within 1 at 10-9 or 9-10. And Suffolk back to serve. Kinley will loft it over. Coleman. Honert set. Schaefer at the net. No, beaten to the net by Leak. They're going to call net violation on Schaefer. That's 2 in a row on Schaefer, and a tie. Our 8th tie here in the first set. 10-10. And Suffolk to serve. Kinley sends it to Johnson. And Peltier over. Free ball for the Highliners. Tip Coca. On the cover, Coleman. Honert on the set. Attack Kuntz. On the dig, Suffolk. Leak setting it for Coca, and she got enough of it to get the kill. So Katie Coca will get her 2nd kill. Assist number 5 for Leak. And the Highliners regain the lead, 11-10. Lead change number 4. Suffolk to serve. Free ball, Coca. Leak, set back to Coca. Through the block, tapped out of the net by Kuntz. Back the other way by Schaefer. Here's Leak setting it up. Nora Peterson on the attack, and we're going to on net violation. That's going to be called against Carrington's Mara Kuntz. So the Highlanders with their biggest lead, or equaling their biggest lead at 2 points. 12-10. And Suffolk with the serve. Johnson pass. Honert. Back set. Lefty Coleman on the attack, and through the blocked attempt off the arms of Suffolk gets the kill. Coleman will pick up her 2nd. Honert will pick up her 7th assist. 12-11. Highliners. Coleman with the serve. Suffolk. Leak set. Coca. Cross-court attack. Cut off there by Johnson. Now Johnson off the attack and the kill. Honert will get assist number 8. And Mara Johnson will get her 2nd kill. We are tied for the 9th time here in the first set, 12-12. The lefty Coleman with the serve. Off of Morgan Larson, that'll be an ace. So an ace for Coleman. That'll be her first. And it is a lead change number 5. 13-12 Carrington. And Coleman with the serve. Suffolk. Leak dropping it over. Oh, she tried to drop it over and hit it into the net. An attack error. Point Carrington. They go up 2 at 14-12. Coleman serving. The left-hander. Senior outside hitter. Larson. Leak set. Peterson attack. And a nice dig by Peltier and kept alive by Carrington. Here's Leak setting it again. Prikoka through the block and blocked at the net. Honer, or check that. Kuntz was there along with Schaefer, and I think that's going to be a full solo block for Mara Kuntz. And it is a 3-point lead for Carrington, which is their largest lead of the set, 15-12. At the net, Kuntz, nice dig by Sepakul. Larson to Koka. Koka into the net. Another attack error, and we're going to get a timeout here by Coach Clabo. She is going to call a timeout. 16-12. It is a 6-0 run by Carrington. They lead by 4 here in the first set. We're back with more high school volleyball from the Hack. And coverage of today's Highlander Classic brought to you on the Highland Activity Network by Grotberg Electric. As we come out of the timeout, Coleman the serve, 16-12 for Carrington. Larson, set, Leak, attack, Koka, got it over, then got it right back. Here's Nielsen, Leak back setting it, on the slide, Peterson dropping it in, Peltier with the dig, kept alive by Honert and out. Give Nora Peterson the kill. That'll be number 3 for Nora, assist number 6 for Bryn Leak. That stops a 6-0 run for Carrington. Highlanders down 3 at 13-16. Here's Bryn Leak with the serve. Long on the serve. A service error for Bryn. Her first. And it is 17-13. The lead at 4 for Carrington. Journey Peltier to serve. The libero, Larson. Sepakul to Koka. Peltier on the dig. Honert, set middle. Up, Hewitt, and a net violation called there on Sky Nielsen. Now we have the biggest lead for Carrington at 5. An 8-1 run right now for the Cardinals. Peltier with the serve. Sepakul. Leak set. Attack. Koka out. 19-13. Carrington continues to add to that biggest lead. Now a 9-1 run for the Cardinals. Highlanders led at 1 point, 12-10. Peltier to serve, 19-13. Here in the opening set, Larson. To Sepakul, Koka. On the cover, Honert. Peltier backing up, cross court, Johnson. There's Sepakul. Leak, tipped by Koka, kept alive at the net by Hewitt. And on the attack there, and kept alive by the Highlanders. That's going to be 4 hits on Valley City. Or they'll just call the kill. And the point for Carrington, 20-13. Timeout, Highlanders. 20-13, advantage to Carrington. We're back with more Highlander volleyball here from the Hack, brought to you by Grotberg Electric. And we come out of the timeout. Peltier with the serve. Larson, Leak, bump set. Koka attacking. Coleman on the dig. Owner now setting it up for Johnson. She's blocked at the net by Nielsen. Peltier with the pass to the middle. Over by Hewitt. Here are the Highlanders. Leak, set, Nielsen attack, and the kill. Sky will pick up her second kill. Leak with her 7th assist. Highlanders down 6 now, 20-14. Katie Coca back to serve. And the serve on the way. That's going to be an ace for Katie Coca, her first. Highlanders down 5 at 20-15. And Coca to serve. Cross court again, Peltier. Honert, Hewitt, up and over, back dig, Coca. Seppicool, whistle, do-over because the ball came into the court from the other side. So we'll do that all over again. Katie Coca will serve, 15-20 first set for the Highliners. Here's Coleman on the receive. Honert, set, attack Schaefer. Coca, dig, back row, Leak, over to Nielsen. Sky, dug out by Peltier. Set, Honert again, attack at the net, and the kill by Mara Johnson. Honert will pick up another assist. Johnson with her 3rd kill, and a 9th assist for Honert. Back to a 6-point lead, 21-15. In comes Lauren Hendrickson to serve. Seppicool, Leak, goes back, gets it off to Nielsen over. Coleman, Honert set near side, over by Johnson. Coca with the dig, Leak gets it to Nielsen, tipped at the net. On the cover, there's Larson. Coca up and over by Nora Peterson. Now Coleman for Carrington. Back set, attack Hewitt through the block, blocked at the net, kept alive Honert. Peltier gets it over to Mara Johnson, and she'll drop it in and get the kill. Mara Johnson will get her 4th kill. Again, Peltier will get the assist on the pass, her first. 22-15, Carrington. Served by Hendrickson. Seppicool, Leak, set up. Coca hit the top of the net, kept alive as it stayed there. Carrington now will work with it. Sent into the corner by Honert. Here's Coca. Leak over by Peters or by Nora. Now setting it up. Honert sets again. Johnson. That's blocked at the net. Set middle of Honert. Into the attack is Hewitt. And they're going to call 4 hits. Point Valley City. Highlanders down 6. Into the front row comes Maddie Freeze. Back to serve will be Nora Peterson, serving 16-22. Honert runs up, set, attack Johnson. On the dig, Coca. Set, Leak, attack Nielsen, and the kill. There's Sky Nielsen's 3rd kill. Leak with her 8th assist. Highlanders down 5 at 22-17. Now Carrington wants to talk it over. 22-17, advantage to Carrington. Timeout on the floor. This is Highlander Volleyball on the Highlander Activity Network. Valley City trailing 22-16. There's a net violation on the Highliners. And another point for Carrington, 23-17. That'll send Mara Johnson, the sophomore outside hitter, back to the service line. Serving 23-17 in the first set. In his championship match of the gold bracket. Seppicool, Leak. On the cover now, Honert. Near side, Coleman, and the attack in and the kill for Coleman. So Harper Coleman will get her 3rd kill. Honert, assist number 10. 17-24, set point for Carrington with Mara Johnson to serve. The right-hander with the serve. Up, Coca, Lee, set. It's Nielsen cross court. Now Honert setting it up, tipped over by Hewitt. Leak to Seppicool. Attacked by Morgan Larson and the kill. Morgan Larson will get her 1st kill. Leak will get her 9th assist. Highlanders down 6, 24-18. Sky Nielsen back to serve for the Highlanders. Peltier. Honert set for Coleman. Coleman blocked at the net. Johnson, then that goes off of Honert, Point Valley City. Down 5, 19-24. with Sky Nielsen to serve for the Highlanders. Hendrickson, Honert set. Attack Hewitt, long, no touch, Point Valley City. Highlanders down 4. Carrington wants to talk it over. Both teams have used their timeouts. 24-20, Highlanders down 4 with the serve. When we return, coverage of today's Highlander Classic being brought to you on the Highlander TV Network by Grotberg Electric. Highlanders did not waste any time on that. Here's the serve by Nielsen. On the attack, Coleman blocked at the net. Koch on the cover to Leak. Leak gets it to Larson. Larson tipped at the net. Cover there by Hendrickson. Now set middle. Hewitt on the dig. Suffolk. Leak dropping it over. Cover there by Hendrickson. Honert sets it for Coleman. The lefty will power it in and get the kill. Harper Coleman will get her 4th kill. Addison Honert will pick up assist number 11. And the Cardinals take the first set, 25-20. Set number 2 coming up here in our championship match of this gold bracket of the Highlander Classic. And we will be back with more volleyball. Again, coverage of today's Highlander Volleyball Classic tournament brought to you by Grotberg Electric. First set goes to Carrington, 25-20. And now ready for set number 2. Peltier, the libero, comes in. And back to serve will be Aniston Honert. 1 ace so far in this match for Honert. 11 assists in that opening set. And the serve up and over. Suffolk. Leak. Free ball over. Schaefer. Honert set. And tipped over by Kuntz, and then dropped at the net there by Maddie Freeze with her first solo block. Highlanders with the early 1-0 lead. Suffolk back to serve. Kinley up and over. Coleman. Here near side, Schaefer. Back row, Larson. Leak, bump set. Coca runs up, tipped at the net by Schaefer. And they're going to call Coca for the net violation. No, they're going to call 4 hits. Either way, point Carrington. 1-1. Harper Coleman back to serve. A junior outside hitter. Serving 1-1 in set 2. Suffolk. Leak, set middle. Peterson attack and the kill. Nora Peterson with her team leading 4th kill. 10th assist for Bryn Leak. 2-1 Valley City. Here's the Bryn Leak serving. Peltier. Honert back set. Kuntz on the attack and long. Point on the attack here. 3-1 Valley City. That will send Bryn Leak back to serve. The right-hander with the serve on the way. Coleman. Honert set. Kuntz on the attack. Blocked. And Honert. Peltier. Setting it up. Johnson blocked at the net there by Nielsen and by Peterson. A block assist by those two up front. And Valley City now 4-1. Off by 3. And the serve by Leak. And the ace by Leak. So Bryn will get her first ace. Highlanders up 5-1. And Leak to serve. Up and over. Coleman. Honert set for Johnson. Blocked at the net. Coca. Back set Leak. Nielsen on the attack. On the cover, Coleman with the dig back row. And up over by Johnson. Here's Larson with the dig for the Highlanders. Leak setting it up. Coca will dump it over. Coleman there. Gets it off to Honert. Setting it up for Kuntz. Blacked at the net. Seppico with the cover. Gets it off to Leak. Leak over to Peterson. Her attack tipped by Schaefer. Now back to the way Peltier gets it over. Free ball for the Highlanders. Seppicool. Set. Coca attack. And the kill. Bolter and Peterson went up. So they didn't know who was going to take the swing. And it was a Coca swing. Her second kill. Leak with her 11th assist. And the Highlanders with a 5-point run, leading 6-1. And Carrington wants to discuss things. Timeout Cardinals, 6-1 Valley City leading. We're in set number 2. Cardinals won the first set 25-20. And this is Valley City Highlander Volleyball Classic action here from the Highlander Activity Center, brought to you by Grotberg Electric. Well, after losing 25-20 in the first set, the Highlanders have responded here in set 2. Leak with the serve. Peltier. Honert set it. Johnson attack. Tipped at the net. Leak set. Attack Coca. Coleman there. And her pass, misfires. And Coca will pick up her third kill. Assist number 12 for Bryn Leak. And Valley City up 7-1. Highlanders, there's a serve into the net by Leak, and a service error, number 2. And that stops the 6-point run by Valley City. It's now 7-2 with Journey Peltier back to serve for Carrington. Here's Larson. Leak set. Attack Coca. And a swing and a miss by Peltier. Might have even gone off her arms. It'll be a point for the Highlanders, 8-2. Coca with her 4th kill. Assist number 13 for Leak. And now Coca back to serve for Valley City. Here's Coleman on the receive. Honert set. Hewitt on the dig by Leak. Then Coca up and over by Seppicool. Free ball for Carrington. Honert set on the near side. Attack through the block is Mara Johnson. She will get her 5th kill. Honert will pick up her 12th assist. Johnson with that team leading 5 kills now. 8-3 Valley City. Back to serve, Lauren Hendrickson serving. 3-8. Coca. Leak. Back set. Attack. Peterson. Peltier on the dig. Coleman to the front row. Johnson gets it over. Here's Coca. Leak setting it up. Nielsen on the attack. Tipped at the net. Hendrickson. Honert setting it up for Hewitt. Off the dig, Seppicool. Leak gets it back over to Coca. She'll get it over. Dig up by Peltier. Set Honert. Attack Johnson. Tipped and the kill through the block. And Mara Johnson will get her 6th kill. Honert will pick up her 13th assist. Carrington down 4, 8-4. First time they've gotten 2 points in a row. Served by Hendrickson. Morgan Larson gets it over and dumped over by Coca. Here's Hendrickson. Set Honert. Who's there? Nobody. Nobody was going in on the slide to go after that set. So the point for Valley City, 9-4. Highlanders by 5. Nora Peterson back to the service line. Peterson with the serve. Johnson, Honert. Johnson on the attack. Coca with the dig. Larson up front and over by Freeze. Now Peltier off the attack into the block at the net there, but then back over off the block. It'll go out. That'll be a point for Valley City. 10-4 Highlanders. The block by Johnson went out. Highlanders lead by a half dozen. Biggest lead has been 6 at 7-1. And now 10-4. Johnson to the net, over, and Honert off the pass from Johnson. So Johnson will actually get a pass assist and a kill for Honert, so they reverse their roles there on that play. 10-5. That'll send Mara Johnson back to serve. The sophomore serves it up. Coca. Leak set middle. Freeze on the attack and the kill. Maddie Freeze will get her first kill. Assist number 14 for Leak. Highlanders back up by 6, 11-5. Sky Nielsen will go back and serve. The ball went rolling into the lobby. And now Sky Nielsen will serve for Valley City. Serving 11-5 here in this second set. Hendrickson, Honert back set. Hewitt on the attack, blocked at the net. On the cover, Honert. To the net was both Freeze and Coleman. Coleman will get the block. Harper Coleman will get her first solo. 11-6, Highlanders down 5. That will send Callie Hewitt to the line, the junior. And the right-hander sends it over. Nielsen off the attack, Larson. Off of Hendrickson, kept alive by Johnson, then up and over, and Honert just tried to get it up and over and keep it alive and gets the point. Get her second kill. It'll be a point for the Carrington Cardinals. Back to a 4-point game at 7-11. Here's a serve by Hewitt into the net. Service error. Her second. 12-7 Valley City. Morgan Larson now back to serve for the Highliners. Johnson receives. Honert set middle. Off the attack, Kuntz. And she's going to be called for a line violation. Point Valley City, 13-7. Highlanders up by half dozen. Equaling up biggest lead at 6 points, which they've had on a couple of occasions. Served by Morgan. Hendrickson. Honert gets it to the back corner. And Larson pass to Leak. Leak set Coca. Coca off through the block, gets the kill. Number 5 for Katie. Assist number 15 for Bryn. And now the biggest lead for Valley City at 7, 14-7. Timeout Carrington. 14-7, Highlanders lead here in the second set. After losing the first set 25-20, back with more coverage of the Highlander Classic. Brought to you by Grotberg Electric on the Highlander Activity Network. Valley City serving with Morgan Larson at the line, 14-7 Highliners. Here in the second set, best 2 out of 3. Here in this championship match, Johnson. Honert sets it for Coleman. Coleman at the net, blocked there, but she gets it right back and sends it over and gets the kill. Harper Coleman, her 5th. 14-8, Highliners by half dozen. Aniston Honert back to serve. Here's Larson for the Highlanders. Leak. Freeze. Through the block, gets the kill. Maddie will pick up her second kill. Freeze will get her 16th assist. 15-8 Valley City. Kinley Suffolcool back to serve. Beltier. Honert backside. Coleman on the attack and the kill. The lefty getting her 6th kill. Honert will get her 14th assist. 15-9 Highliners. And now Coleman to serve for Carrington here in the second set. 1-2, and they're not going to get a third. That'll be an ace for Harper Coleman, her second of the night. Or of the day. The match, 15-10. Coleman, the lefty, with the serve. Larson, pass, set, Leak, attack. Cross court, Peterson, and that's going to be a kill for Nora Peterson. Her team leading 5th kill, actually tied with Coca with 5 kills. Assist number 17 for Bryn Leak. And the Highliners up 6, 16-10. And here's Bryn Leak with the serve. Johnson, Honert setting it back to Johnson, and she is blocked at the net. The block goes out. Point. And Johnson will pick up the kill. Mara will get her 7th. Honert will get her 15th assist. That'll send Journey Peltier back to the service line for Carrington down 5. And ace. Peltier drops it on the back line, and the ace makes it 16-12 Valley City. And the right-hander Libero sends it over. Coca, Leak set middle. Peterson on the attack. On the cover, here's Peltier setting it up for Johnson. Johnson blocked at the net. There's Johnson, gets it up to the net, but that is going to be 4 hits called against Carrington. Point for Valley City, 17-12 Highliners. Katie Coca back to the service line. Coleman, Honert set middle. Hewitt on the attack, out. Attack error, Point Valley City, 18-12. Highliners by 6. Trying to force a 3rd set. Coca, Coleman, Honert, and Johnson gets across court. Suffolcool on the dig. Now Johnson, Honert set middle, Hewitt, and that's out. Point Valley City. And I believe Carrington is out of timeouts. 19-12. Highliners, equals their biggest lead at 7. And now Katie Coca serving, 19-12. Coleman, Honert, attack Johnson, and the kill by Mara Johnson. Number 8 for Johnson. Assist number 16 for Honert. 19-13. Highliners lead is at 6. Lauren Hendrickson back to serve for Carrington. Serve on the way. Coca, Leak, attack Peterson. Diving dig by Hendrickson. Honert back set, and the attack goes out by Johnson. Point Valley City, and it's 20-13 Highlanders. Maddie Freeze comes into the front row. Back to serve will be Nora Peterson. Highlanders up 20-13 here in set number 2. Carrington won the first set, 25-20. Peltier on the receive. Honert sets for Hewitt on the attack with the dig. Coca. Leak setting it. Nielsen attacking. Through the block, gets the kill. Sky Nielsen, her 4th kill. Assist number 18 for Bryn Leak. And that's the biggest lead of the match here for the Highlanders at 8 points, 21-13. Served by Peterson down the line. Johnson. Honert will set it back for Mara on the attack. Coca with the dig. And then off the wall by Peterson. And that will be point Carrington. Johnson will pick up the kill. Mara, her 9th. Honert, assist number 17. 21-14. Johnson now with the serve. Coca receives. Pass the Leak. She'll set it. Larson on the attack. Hits the top of the net and rolls it over for the kill. Morgan Larson, her 3rd kill. Leak, assist number 19. 22-14 Highliners. Sky Nielsen to serve. Johnson. Honert gets it over. On the cover, Nielsen tipped over by Leak. Honert now setting. Coleman on the attack, tipped at the net. Coca with the dip. Over to Leak. Cross on the attack, Larson. And Morgan will pick up her 4th kill. Assist number 20 for Bryn Leak. Valley City now, this is their biggest lead at 9 points, 23-14. Served by Nielsen. And the attack, Honert. Suffolcool, Leak, gets it back over to Coca. Here's Johnson on the dig. Honert setting it up for Hewitt. Cross court, and the kill by Callie Hewitt. Honert, assist number 18. And Hewitt will pick up her 3rd kill. 23-15 Valley City. And now Hewitt with the serve. Suffolcool, Leak set. Larson attack, blocked at the net there. Honert on the block. So Aniston adds a solo block to her stat sheet. The lead is at 7, 23-16. Here's a serve by Hewitt. Suffolk, Leak set. Larson on the attack. Up and over the blockers. Honert setting it up for Coleman. Coleman back row. On the dig, Coca to Leak. Back sets. Attack freeze. And that was a attack error by Maddie. And the point makes it 23-17. Carrington down 6. Kaylee Hewitt back to serve. Coca. Set Leak and off. Missed it. Fires on the bump pass there by Freeze. Makes it 23-18. And now Coach Claybo wants to talk it over. Timeout. Valley City 23-18. Valley City leading, but Carrington right now on a 4-point run has got the lead down to 5. In coverage of today's Highlander Classic Volleyball Tournament here on the Highlander TV Network. It's been brought to you by Grotberg Electric. On a full day of volleyball that we've had here today. We'll have more coming up, of course, next week, homecoming week. With the Highliners on Tuesday, we'll host Wahpeton. Thunder football, also I believe on Tuesday from Hannah Field. Of course, Highliner football team will be hosting Mayport CG. Mayville, Portland, Clifford, Galesburg. Homecoming football Friday night. We come out of the timeout. I believe each team now out of timeouts. And now Hewitt will serve 18-23 for Carrington. Sepulchre. Leak set middle. Freeze dropped it over, and that's going to be a kill for Maddie. Went a misdirection, picks up her 3rd kill. Assist number 21 for Leak. Set point for the Highliners, 24-18. Back to serve, Morgan Larson. Serve on the way. Johnson. Honert will set. Coleman on the attack and out on the attack there by Coleman. Point Valley City. And the Highliners take set number 2, 25-18, and have forced a 3rd set. 25-20 Carrington, now 25-18 Valley City. We are back with set number 3 in this championship match. This gold bracket for the Valley City Highlander Classic, brought to you again here on the Highlander TV Network by Grotberg Electric. We're back with that 3rd set here on the Highlander TV Network. As we get ready to start set number 3, with Valley City and Carrington tied at 1 set apiece. Carrington took the first set 25-20, and the Highlanders took the second set 25-18. And we get ready for set number 3 in this championship match of the Highlander Classic. Highlanders again coming in 6-0 on the year, and Carrington coming in with a record of 6-1. And it will be Highlanders serve as they get the right rotation here. With the Highlanders, I do believe will serve first. And libero Journey Peltier comes into the lineup here for Carrington. And Morgan Larson will eventually take the ball and go back and serve. And here she comes. Here we go, set number 3 for the championship of the Highlander Classic of 2025. And Larson with the serve. Pass, Hendrickson, Honert setting it up, Coleman on the attack. Nielsen to Leak. And Coca into the net. Attack error. And Carrington scores first here in set 3. Addison Honert now back to serve for the Cardinals, serving 1-0. And the right-hander sends it over. Larson. Leak. Attack freeze. Out. Attack error. And the point Carrington 2-0. Honert, the sophomore, with the serve. Sepakul. Now launch Larson. Back to Kinley. Kinley gets it over. Free ball here for Carrington. Schaefer. Honert to Kuntz and the kill. Mara Kuntz will pick up her 3rd kill. Honert will get her 19th assist. And Carrington off to a 3-0 start here. Here in the serve. Honert, Sepakul. Leak set. Coca on the attack. Peltier with the dig. Honert will set. Coleman tipping it over the blockers. Off of Nielsen. Kept alive by Coca. And then Sepakul gets it over. Now again, set middle. Kuntz on the attack. On the cover there was Leak. Sepakul back to Coca. She'll get it over. Diving dig by Peltier. Then Honert setting it up for Coleman. Through the block gets the kill. Harper Coleman with the kill. That'll be her 7th. Honert will get her 20th assist. Timeout Valley City as Carrington jumps out to a 4-0 lead here in the 3rd set of this championship match from the Hack, the Highlanders, and the Cardinals. And these two teams will not meet during the regular season, but a pretty good possibility that they could see one another in the postseason. Again, a lot like basketball. The number 1 team out of each region gets that state tournament berth, and then you have number 2 and number 3 from each region. They have a region qualifier, so number 3 from Region 1 would play number 2 from Region 2, and again 2 from one and 3 from 2. So the possibility that the Highlanders could see Carrington down the road again in October or early November. Here's the serve by Honert. Sepakul, did she get to it? Yeah, she did. Leak gets it over to Coca. Coca on the attack and the kill. Nice shot first by Kinley Sepakul just to keep that alive and receive that serve. 6th kill for Coca. Assist number 22 for Leak. Highlanders on the board, 4-1. Now Sepakul will go back and serve for Valley City. Here's Coleman. Honert set. Kuntz on the attack. Nielsen. Leak. Set middle. Peterson. Up and over the blockers. There on the cover. Peltier. And out. Point Valley City. Highlanders within 2 at 4-2. Sepakul to serve. Kuntz, Honert set, Schaefer, around the blockers, Nielsen for the Highlanders to Leak. Leak setting it, Coca on the attack, Peltier with the dig. At the net, pushed over by Carrington. Again, keeping the whistle from the other court. Here's a swing and a miss on a free ball by Nora Peterson. She was going to try to finish it, and it went over her hand and missed it. 5-2. Carrington lead is at 3. Harper Coleman back to serve. Here's Sepakul. Leak set. Attack Coca. On the cover, Honert. Now Peltier. Over by Johnson. Larson with the dig for the Highlanders. Leak setting it up. Down the line, Coca. Honert there on the dig. Peltier gives it back off to Mara Johnson on the attack. Here's Nielsen for the Highlanders. Gives it to Leak. Back to Nielsen. Sky on the attack. Honert with the dig. Set up and to Peltier. Over and wide by Schaefer. That'll be a point for Valley City. Highlanders down 2 at 3-5. Bryn Leak will go back and serve. Got 1 ace, couple of service errors so far. Serving 3-5. Here's Peltier on the receive. Free ball to the net. Peterson and beaten there by Honert. And Honert will pick up the kill. The two of them went up at the same time, and Aniston will get her 3rd kill. And the point for Carrington makes it 6-3. Here's Peltier with the serve. Sepakul Lee, backside, over by Peterson. Doug Coleman. Honert setting it up for Schaefer, and Schaefer will get the kill. Reese Schaefer will get her first kill. Honert will pick up assist number 21. And it's a 7-3 lead for Carrington, their biggest lead here at 4. Peltier with the serve, Larson. Leak set, Coca dropped it in, and a diving attempt on the dig by Coleman is unsuccessful. Katie Coca with her 7th kill, Leak with her 23rd assist. Highlanders down 3 at 7-4. Coca now back to serve. And the right-hander sends it over, Coleman, pass. Honert set, middle, Hewitt. Tipped at the net, and the kill by Hewitt will pick up her 4th. And the assist, Honert, will be number 22. 8-4, Valley City down by 4. Served by Hendrickson. Sepakul to Lee. Back set. Peterson on the attack. Tipped at the net. Out there in the cover goes Hendrickson. On the attack, Hewitt. Now the Highlanders leak, setting it up. Left-hand tip by Larson, and out wide down the line by Morgan Larson. Point, Carrington, their biggest lead at 9-4. And the serve by Lauren Hendrickson. Sepakul. Leak, set, punched over by Nielsen. They were blocked at the net. Setting it up, Nealers Coca on the attack. Peltier with the dig. Honert will set it up. Johnson goes into the far corner and drops it in. Mar Johnson will pick up the kill. That's number 10 for Johnson. Honert with her 23rd assist. Timeout Valley City as Carrington holds their biggest lead of the set, 10-4. Got off to a good start at 4-0. Highlanders got within 2 on a couple of occasions. But now a little run here of 4 points, well, 3 points for the Cardinals to take a 10-4 lead here in the third set. We'll be back with more volleyball again on Tuesday as the homecoming match for Valley City. They will take on the Wahpeton Huskies, former EDC foe, now in Region 1 with Valley City in this Division A of the new classification. Lauren Hendrickson back to serve for the Cardinals. They lead 10-4 here in set number 3. Sepakul, Leak, set, Larson on the attack, Peltier with the dig. Hewitt to Johnson. On the dig, Coca. Leak a back set. Sky Nielsen on the attack, tipped at the net. Honert, Hewitt, and then Johnson, tipped at the net by Nielsen. Now here's Peterson off the tip, and that's going to go out. It was blocked at the net. I think Honert might have got a fingertip on that one. That's a point for Carrington. Now that is their biggest lead of the set at 7, 11-4 Cardinals. Here's the serve. Sepakul, Leak, set, cross court, Nielsen. Honert to Peltier. Johnson on the attack, that's going to go long. Attack air on Mara Johnson, point to Valley City. 5-11, Highlanders down a half dozen. Maddie Freeze in, back to serve. Well, as the Highlanders, Coca, there's an attack by Hewitt. And the tip there, and the block by Nielsen and Freeze. I think Maddie got the block there. That would be her second solo block. Highlanders with 2 points in a row, got within 5 at 11-7, or 11-6. And now Carrington will take a timeout, each team with 1 timeout remaining. 11-6, Carrington leading here in the third set. Again, the Highlanders will hit the road on Thursday. They'll be at Northern Cass in Region 1 play. From here on out, their only non-region matchup will be coming up October 24th when they'll take on Mayport CG, Region 2 team. That's their only non-regional game from here on after today. Highlanders coming into this match 6-0 on the year. Carrington coming in at 6-1. 11-6, Highlanders trailing by 5. Nora Peterson with the serve. Peltier, Honert set. Attack, Hewitt. Blocked at the net by Nielsen, then dumps it over. Coleman to Honert, and then she redirects and gets the kill. Annison will pick up her 4th kill. And the lead back up to 6 at 12-6 for Carrington. Back to serve, Mara Johnson. One of the 3 sophomores that play extensively here for Carrington. Here's the attack by Morgan Larson. On the cover, they're going to call lip there. Yeah, they're going to call a double contact on Hewitt. That'll be a point for Valley City. 7-12, Highliners down 5. Here's Sky Nielsen with the serve. At the net, Honert. Nielsen there on the cover. Again, right back by Hewitt, and blocked there by Maddie Freeze. So Maddie with her 3rd block at the net. 8-12, Highliners down 4. Sky Nielsen back to serve. Peltier. Honert set. Coleman on the attack, blocked at the net. Coleman right back by Freeze, and Maddie now will get the kill. That'll be her 4th kill. A good sequence here by Maddie Freeze, and Carrington will use up their last time out. 12-9, Cardinals by 3. Highliners on a 3-point run here, and actually a 5-1 overall run to get within 3. We're back with more Highliner Volleyball on the Highliner Activity Network. We come out of the timeout. Sky Nielsen to serve for Valley City. Set by Honert. Backside. Hewitt on the attack. Tipped. Sapakul to Leak. Morgan Larson around the blockers and the kill by Morgan Larson. That'll be her 5th kill. Leak's 24th assist. And the Highliners right now on a 6-1 run. Cut the lead down to 2 at 10-12. Served by Nielsen. Johnson. Honert setting it. Coleman on the attack. Back row date. Coca. Then cross court. Here's Honert setting it up again for Coleman. Tipped at the net and the kill. Harper Coleman. Honert will pick up assist number 24. And Coleman will get her 8th kill. 13-10. Cardinals with Callie Hewitt back to serve. And the right-hander sends it over. Just got it over and the ace. Hewitt, it hit the top of the tape and rolled over, and she'll pick up her 1st ace of the night. Set match point for Carrington. And Hewitt with the serve. Nielsen, Leak set middle. Freeze on the attack and the kill. Maddie Freeze will get her 5th kill. Assist number 25 for Leak. Highlanders down 3, 11-14. Set point number 2 for Carrington. Morgan Larson to serve. Up and over. Johnson. Hewitt set. Attack. Coots. And the kill. And the point. And the match. As Mara Coots will get her 4th kill. Give Honert assist number 25 on that one. And Carrington will win this 3rd set 15-11. And they win the match 2-1. And the Cardinals will take the championship of the 2025 Highliner Classic. They go to 7-1 on the year, and Valley City will take their 1st loss. They are now 6-1. Taking a look at the numbers in this one, Valley City balanced tonight. Boy, did they have balance in this match. Morgan Larson, first Katie Coca led the way with 7 kills. Morgan Larson had 5. Maddie Freeze had 5. Nora Peterson had 5. Sky Nielsen had 4. Also, Bryn Leak with 25 set assists tonight. She also had 1 service ace. Maddie Freeze with 3 solo blocks. On the other side for Carrington, they were led by Mara Johnson's 10 kills. Harper Coleman with 8. Mara Coots had 4. Callie Hewitt had 4. And Aniston Honert had 4. She also had 25 set assists. So Carrington picks up the win, and they will take home the 2025 championship from the Highliner Classic here this afternoon. Again, they improved to 7-1 on the year, and they have now won 5 matches in a row. Highliners will take their 1st loss of the year, and they lose this one by final of 2-1, and they are now 6-1 on the season. Well, again, don't forget, we have got Highliner Volleyball coming up here on Tuesday, as Valley City will take on Wahpeton. It is the homecoming match with the Highliners and the Huskies here at the Hack. We'll have C Squad at 4:30, junior varsity at 6, and varsity around 7:15 with the Highliners and the Wahpeton Huskies in the homecoming volleyball match here coming up on Tuesday. My thanks to Brian Krewald, our camera operator, and our technical director, executive producer here this afternoon. And, of course, those of you that have joined us since our first match at about 8 o'clock this morning and have been with us all day today for these last 9 hours of volleyball, we do appreciate you joining us on this Saturday. Carrington wins it 2-1, and they win it to win the Highliner Classic Championship here today. Until Tuesday, Paul McDonald saying thanks for joining us, and so long.